keeps me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Well, we have made it. We have finally made it. The day is here. The day has come. It's going to be in the jurors' hands after today. It's closing arguments. I'm so glad everybody's here. Let me say good morning to you guys, and then we'll really get started. Good morning, Tony. It's good to see you. Good morning, Creative Minds. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Gloria. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Chris. How are you guys? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So yesterday was like ridiculous. Oh, Gloria. Good morning, Sprinkled Donut. Hang on. Good morning. Gloria said, good morning, Jen Lou. Hope you're doing great. I am, and I hope you're doing great too. I love your opening song, and you are my favorite, as well as Allie. You two are the very best. Thank you, Gloria. We appreciate that so much. Thank you. And by we, I mean Allie, not the Roy. Allie and I, not the royal we. I'm not that bougie. Okay. So that was really sweet of you, Gloria. Thank you. Whew. Okay, so yesterday, what a kerfuffle respective to Donna Adelson testifying. We're going to watch that before we join. They're already in the courtroom this morning. What they're doing is they're finalizing the jury instructions. We're going to rewind. We will be behind, but that's okay because they're going to take a break in between all the things. And that means there'll be no break for us because we can just skip through it. That's my plan. Okay. So yesterday, when we left, I said, okay, they're going to, after the last witness, which turned out to be Donna's attorney. Okay. So before she was arrested, and I believe that, okay, this happened. This attorney, she was Donna's attorney. She's a criminal defense attorney from 2022 until 2023. So that means likely she was retained right about the time that Charlie got arrested, and then right up until Donna was arrested. And then Dan Rashbaum represented Donna. Okay, so she took the stand. Hey, Karen. Okay, so she took the stand yesterday. Donna waived her right to attorney-client privilege. Okay, and bless this attorney's heart. I feel like she was in a lose-lose situation. Basically, she was up there to testify that Donna was under the impression, because of a conversation that this attorney had with Georgia Kappelman, that Donna was free to leave the country. Okay, there wasn't a warrant out. However, Donna, on cross-examination, which was conducted by Sarah Dugan, the lawyer said, listen, yes, we had this conversation. Yes, at that moment, Georgia said that there wasn't a warrant out for my client and that she may consider letting herself surrender should there become one. Okay. And I think that Georgia meant that when she said it. But then there was the conversation that was recorded via the Leon County Jail when Donna was talking to Charlie. Okay. And after the call cut off at the jail, but it continued to record because the line was still open. And the thing about that is, which is interesting, is that we've watched or listened to 11 billion calls between Letitia and various people while she was in the El Paso County Jail. And we've never had a call be disconnected in the traditional sense, but usually when the inmate hangs up, the call is ended. But for whatever reason, call it fate, call it the universe, call it God, however you want to call it, that didn't happen, and the call continued to record, which they didn't even the law enforcement didn't even find out about until a few days after the call. So anyway, they caught her at the airport. She was going to leave town. It did not move the needle really for Donna. It really was not helpful, because at the end of the day, when you take all of the evidence and you think about it reasonably, if the bar mitzvah was such a huge deal and so important, and they knew when the bar mitzvah was going to be, then they always intended to attend the bar mitzvah, then they did know when they were coming back. They had a rough estimate. And so also, if a round trip ticket was only marginally more expensive than a one-way ticket, then why not go ahead and do it? It just doesn't look good. It looks like they intended to flee. It does. And Donna was even told that by Dan Rashbaum that you might make it to the airport. You might make it on time. But that doesn't they can arrest you if they have an indictment, they can arrest you at any time. And that's it. That's all. I think she did Criminal Minds. To me, Creative Mind says it's puzzling to me that she's a criminal defense attorney and did not understand about extradition. I think that she did understand about extradition. I think that I think she's an attorney. She chose her words carefully. And I think that the most likely, I think she said, just because, I do think she told and understands that just because we don't have an extradition treaty with um, Vietnam, okay? Agreement. We don't have an extradition agreement with Vietnam, okay? The United States doesn't. Does that mean that Donna cannot be extradited? No, it doesn't. But what it does is makes it a longer process. For example, there was a case decades ago, okay, out of California. Charles Ng, serial killer. He had a partner. His partner committed suicide, so he was never charged. His partner ate a cyanide pill while he was in the interrogation room. Okay. So Charles fled the country to Canada. We have an extradition contract with Canada. While he was in Canada, he was arrested, charged, and convicted of some crime that I cannot remember now. Okay. Well, we do have an extradition treaty with Canada, and the United States went to go fetch him. Well, what had happened was, because at that time, the California did have the death penalty, and because at that, so Canada did not want to return Charles Ng until the death penalty was off the table, and the U.S. said no, we're not taking the death penalty off the table, and it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for quite some time, and finally, Charles Ng was due to be released in Canada, and finally, what ended up happening was with the United States. The United States said, "Fine, tell you what, you keep him. Here's who you have up there. This is what he's done. These are the crimes that we have him indicted for. This is the deal. So you know what? You don't want to send him back to us? Fantastic. Keep this violent murderer, serial killer up there with you. We're done." And Canada said, "You know what? Upon further review of the record, we don't want him either." And they sent him back. It delayed the trial for quite a number of years. Eventually, he was returned, and he faced his day in court and he was convicted. My point to all of that is, it's not oh, I see what you mean, creative minds. Um Basically, excuse me. Um I forgot what I was saying. My point to all of that is, even if there isn't an extradition an extradition treaty between the United States and another country, it doesn't mean that all hope is lost. It just makes it more complicated. Eventually, she would have been returned. Okay. So Creative Mind says, but in Donna's first hearing, the attorney didn't understand about transports in Leon County. And judge said basically there's no such thing as in-state extradition. There isn't. So typically what happens, hey, Chief, good to see you. So typically it's just a transfer. That's all it's really called. It's not really extradition. Extradition usually is the term applied for if you reside or are in one state, for example, Florida, and there is a warrant from another state, say Georgia. Extradition has to do with state lines. That's really what that's called. And if you are in Florida and you have a felony warrant out of Florida, and you are in Pinellas County, and the warrant is out of Pasco County, and you get stopped or whatever, okay, they're going to arrest you in Pasco County, okay? They're going to take you to the Pasco county jail. They're going to inform Pinellas County that they have you there. Pinellas County is going to come and pick you up. Even on a misdemeanor, they will do the same thing. And usually, I know in Texas, they have 24 hours to come and pick you up. If they don't pick you up within the 24 hours, they'll release you. Felony warrants are a little different than a misdemeanor. Felony, they'll hold you. But on a misdemeanor warrant, they have 24 hours to come and get you. Now, if you have, say, if you live in Florida and you have a misdemeanor warrant out of Texas, those are considered non-extraditable warrants. Texas is not going to pay the cost to get out to Florida and get you, and then get you and them back to Florida, because it's not worth it. It's a misdemeanor. So there you have it. That's the deal. So let's watch. Yesterday, what had happened was ridiculousness, foolishness, absolute foolishness on the part of Donna and her counsel. I found it to be, oh my gosh, you see how it's happening already? Let me just take him. No, babe, listen. I want to say this to you guys, because this is I've been in chat, so I understand how this goes. Okay? Don't ever apologize for that, Creative Minds. You did great. It was me. I should have I should have remembered back to the first hearing. I am the one covering this after all. I think that grace should be given in the chat, and I'll tell you why, from creators. And this is what I do. I wish it would happen more often, because I've been in chat as well and had my words misconstrued. First of all, it's text, so it's hard to, Also, it's a disadvantage. I'm up here. I have a microphone. I can use as many words as I want. You guys, when you're in the chat, you only get 150 characters. You have to choose them carefully. You know what I mean? It's a disadvantage. And, I can say all the words I want and respond to multiple comments within a very short period of time, where if you're in the chat, you got to type it out, make sure you're not, you're saying what you need to say. You got to send it. And then if you haven't finished your actual thought you need more than 150 characters, then you got to do it again in the second comment. It's very complicated. So I absolutely give grace in the chat. Okay. So we're going to watch what happened yesterday afternoon. Okay. Keep in mind that Tuesday, they ended the session early. Okay. They ended court early so that they could, the attorneys would have ample opportunity to discuss with their client whether or not she was going to testify. And instead of doing that, they spent time on some other potential witness, which is ridiculous. But we're going to hear all about it. If I'm just going to repeat word for word all the things that happened, why the hell am I bothering to play it? So let's go. I don't want to skip it, because I usually don't skip well. All right, we're at the 5-minute phase. I think this is the beginning of everything. Yeah, they come back from lunch. Okay. All right, here we go.
All right, 2 matters to briefly address before we bring the jurors in. The first concerning the waiver of attorney-client privilege as to the testimony of Ms. Sclazo. I am going to need to place the defendant under oath concerning this. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You can lower your hand. You understand with your former, or I guess I don't know the relationship exactly, but someone who has previously represented you, concerning their testimony today, are you waiving attorney-client privilege concerning what they will testify about?
Yes, I am.
Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, do you wish the court to make any further call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The waiver is specific as to the counsel that our client received from Ms. Descalzo.
Well, if you need to discuss with her what she's waiving, that's fine. I don't believe you can waive on her behalf.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is their witness. Okay? I get that the defense needs to make the record clear in open court that the waiver applies only to her testimony about travel to Vietnam or travel period or a warrant period.
Ms. Adelson, do you understand the scope of the waiver that you're providing? Do you understand the scope of the waiver that you're providing of attorney-client privilege?
I do, Your Honor.
What is that scope?
The information that we discussed after my son's trial regarding my travel and my state of mind.
Is the defense planning to examine this witness on any other topics than what has been identified as the scope of the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Very well.
Great.
If any matters are inquired into that exceed the scope, at that point, we are going to have to send the jury out of the room. As I previously stated before, the state is permitted to cross-examine as to all topics that are inquired to on the defense direct, and also as well matters of impeachment and bias. Does the state need to be heard in any way? As to the other matter concerning whether Mrs. Adelson will testify as a part of the defense case in chief, Mr. Zellman, were you able to speak with her
Listen to this.
as to a final decision?
I'll allow, the short answer is we were allowed 20 minutes during the lunch break to speak with Ms. Adelson.
In addition to the time that you had yesterday and other times?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I may judge, the issue is that we,
Well, one moment. Who's handling this matter? We're not tag teaming any arguments of any sort.
Your Honor, what Ms. Fulford and I have discussed was the factual issues that are concerning our client's decision. She was more involved in than I was. So the only thing that I intended to address was the time that we had during the lunch break. Aside from that, I'm asking that Ms. Fulford be allowed to address the court.
Ms. Fulford, go ahead.
the issue that we're facing, Judge, is this was 6 days of testimony from witnesses for the state and a great deal of evidence that they have entered. We have discussed with our client, of course, her right to remain silent or whether she wants to testify or not. We have not had an opportunity to go through all of the evidence that's been entered in this case and have a full and frank discussion with her about that evidence. If there are any issues that she thinks need to be addressed for her testimony, whether she thinks she needs to testify or not, and what her decision is on that.
When we had the break yesterday at 2:45 in the afternoon,
Tell it.
you did not speak with your client concerning whether she wished to testify or review
Absolutely.
the evidence?
Yes.
This is the problem. This is the problem. What Jackie wants over here is for her and Mr. Zellner to be able to sit down with Donna and hash out 6 days of testimony. 6 days. That's what they want. Are you kidding me? First of all, maybe a better strategy would have been to meet with your client each day after court and discuss each day's testimony that day and where you think you stand. How about that? Okay. She knew what her witnesses were going to say. They're her witnesses, for the love of Pete. She knew what the evidence was. Basically, the same evidence that was used against Donna with some minor adjustments was used against Charlie. So for Pete's sake, I'm so over it. Get it together.
Judge, and that's what I said. We have.
Look at his face. Look at Judge Everett.
The defendant in every single case, Ms. Fulford, is faced with this moment as the defense case in chief ends. What are you asking for?
Yeah.
Asking for additional time.
More time.
To go through all of the testimony and evidence with our client so that she can make a fully informed decision as to whether she wants to continue to remain
Fully
silent
informed.
or testify in this case.
Ms. Fulford,
Listen, Jackie Fulford, let me just explain something to you, ma'am, before the judge. Excuse me, Judge Everett. Jackie Fulford, at the end of the day, okay, if your client had done a little more thinking, she probably wouldn't be in this mess in the first place, okay? That's the point. How much time did your client give the victim? None. He had no idea this was coming. He had no idea that day when he pulled into his home in his garage. He had no idea what was about to happen. And he had no time to prepare. Donna she was arrested in 2023, ma'am, almost 2 years ago. You guys have been preparing this case for 47 years. Stop playing with these people.
concerning that has been provided by the court. If she wishes to testify, we do need to go through the colloquy. If she does not, it's a simple matter. But there has been time pre-trial to prepare for this moment. There's been time during trial, and specifically, we recessed court early for you to address any issues of witnesses or whether your client would testify.
Yesterday, when you allowed us to recess early, Judge, Mr. Zellman and I spent time going through the evidence that was admitted, making sure that we understood everything that was there.
Oh my God.
There was some confusion during the trial about things being added and things being removed, so we wanted to make sure we understood completely what there was there. We left here, went straight to the jail, and had the issue with the potential new witness and spoke with our client. But that's not an ample time to discuss with her what is actually coming in the state's case.
She's been sitting there the whole time. Hold on a minute.
Than any other defendant who has to decide whether they wish to testify or not.
She has been sitting there through the whole trial. I've watched her. I've watched her take notes. I've watched her communicate with your paralegal over there. I've watched you guys talk. I've watched when Mr. Zellner is up at the stand questioning, cross-examining witnesses. I've watched you and her confer. There's been more conferring in this case. How much more conferring do you need, ma'am? It's too much.
I will give you 5 additional minutes to discuss this matter. From there, the defendant is going to have to make a decision.
Yeah.
She is going to testify.
It's
or exercise
ridiculous.
her right to remain silent. Please check with the jurors. Let them know that we will get started momentarily. Okay.
All right, so let's just skip this way so I don't miss anything.
That has not stopped.
All right, here we go. Now he's going to come. Now they're coming back, and
The response from the audience.
oh my God.
Said by the defense. And although the proceedings are public, that has not stopped the peanut gallery from their comments and laughter. We are respectfully requesting that the court allow Ms. Adelson to participate at the sidebar, as she is entitled, and for the court for us to address additional issues
Oh my God.
that are weighing on Mrs. Adelson's decision.
What do you want them to do?
I'm not going to do this for very long.
Yeah, stop playing with this man, Mr. Zellner. See, this is annoying to me. This is how I was yesterday, all afternoon. I was like, what are these people doing? They're going to blah, 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 blah. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, we missed it. Hold on. How did we miss it? See? What happened? How did we miss it? Damn it. Hold on. Let me just play it on 1.5. Then we won't miss it. I'll just talk over it because I could like hit the red thing and then do it like frame by frame, but I've been watching this and I'm curious what the issue is here, you know? But well, let me say hi to everybody that's come in since I started this morning. Okay, so first, Shauna, thank you very much for your let me see if I can find it. I can't. I guess it took it away. Whatever. Thank you for being a member. Oh, here it is right here. Thank you for being a member for 19 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for, excuse me, supporting me in the channel. Good morning, Neat. Good morning, Jay Rose. Good morning, Chief. Good morning, Tess Mac. Good morning, Chicken Shite. Good morning, Justified. Good morning, Violet. I'm so glad you guys are here. Honeybees also had a membership and I can't find it, but Chicken Shite, thank you for being a member for 12 months. I appreciate it. Sarah Bellum, good morning. Where is Honeybees anniversary? It's about time. Good morning. I can't find it. Where's that? Here it is. Thank you, Honeybees, for celebrating 1 month of being a member. I appreciate that very much. Now, just so you guys know, like it's different on Talk Studio than it is on, oh, for the love of P, let's crank this baby up to 2 times speed because otherwise this is going to take forever. Anyway, so I forgot what I was saying. Oh, on Talk Studio, it doesn't star the super chats like it does on, like it did on StreamYard, but whatever. I don't care. If I have to scrolling's better than the issues that people are dealing with now, I guess, with StreamYard. Apparently that people are having a huge issue. Where is it at? How did I miss this? Hold on a minute.
Your client is in a no different position than any other defendant who has to decide whether they wish to testify or not. I will give you 5 additional minutes to discuss this matter. From there, the defendant is going to have to make a decision whether she is going to testify or exercise her right to remain silent. Please check the jurors, let them know that we'll get started momentarily.
Yeah, I do not understand how I missed this. This is really making me mad. I wanted you guys to, I like to give you guys this, here it is.
Peanut gallery from your comments and laughter. You're respectfully requesting that the court hear allow Ms. Niels to participate in sidebar as she is entitled, and for the court to address, for us to address additional.
Oh, here it is. We didn't miss it. All right, here it is. We didn't miss it. Sorry, guys. I forgot the order in which all this stuff happened. Okay, and then there was this witness who was Wendy Adelson's victim's advocate. Remember, she's sitting next to her in the interrogation room, and she's, all right, here we go. Now we should be ready.
Everyone can be seated. Defense 71 is admitted at this time. You may continue with your examination.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Did I miss it, you guys? Hold on a minute.
Beeping or wailing going on at the other end of the phone during this phone call?
Hold on a minute.
You may start now. Will the witness be recalled?
This time, Your Honor, I do need to make the,
Once again.
Oh my God.
my client are deep in conversation.
All right, here we go.
If there are no other witnesses for the defense, it is time for the decision to be made.
Let's go, Donna. Look.
I can tell the court that co-counsel and my client are deep in conversation. Concerning
I
this.
am capable of seeing that, Mr. Sullivan. No narration is needed.
They're so rude. Look how rude Jackie and Donna are. The judge has asked you, and now you're just stalling for time. This is like when my granddaughter it's time for bed, and she's like, oh, wait, I need to tell you something. Oh, wait, I need a snack.
Mrs. Kappelman wants the defense rest.
This is
and
so
the state
ridiculous,
attorney
so
please
rude.
Put on any rebuttal case.
Yes, Sarah Bellum. This is Sarah Boone with money.
Without calling any further witnesses, that could change if Mrs. Adelson decides to testify.
Very well. At this point, I do need a decision. Mrs. Adelson, please rise.
Let's go. Look at her.
You've been placed under oath earlier this afternoon. Mrs. Adelson, I will advise you concerning your rights. You understand that you have the right to remain silent, and the jury will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in determining the merits of this case. Do you understand this?
I do understand.
Do you also understand that you have the right to testify as a witness in your case in chief on your own behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
You understand if you do choose to take the witness stand, you will be cross-examined by one of the prosecutors.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You understand that your credibility will be placed before the jury like any other witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Have you been able to discuss, or have you been able to discuss with your attorneys the two rights that the court has placed before you?
Yes, we discussed the rights.
Concerning those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify.
I
have
think
you
so
made a
too,
decision
creative
concerning
minds.
this matter?
I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision. This decision affects the rest of my life.
Mrs. Adelson, you're in the same position as every other criminal defendant.
Let me say this to you, Donna Adelson. Your decision affected the rest of many people's lives. It ended Dan's. It put the it put Katherine Magbanua, Louis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia. It affected the rest of their lives. They're all in prison. It affected Sigfredo and Katherine Magbanua's children. All of your decisions, it impacted and affected Dan Markel's family. It impacted and affected Dan Markel's children, your grandchildren. Shut up. I didn't have enough time. Go on somewhere. Wait a minute. No. We need this right now.
I'm so tired of you.
All right, let's keep going.
Who faces trial? Ultimately, you must decide whether you will testify or whether you will not. I cannot make you testify. Your attorneys cannot make you testify. but ultimately you must choose whether you will testify or not.
I know I have to choose. I was hoping I would have some time to speak to my attorneys.
This has already been discussed, ma'am. What is your choice?
Judge, since I was handling prior witnesses.
Oh my God.
Was speaking with Miss Adelson, can I have a few minutes, please?
Oh my God, no.
What exactly are we going to accomplish that we have not been able to since the trial started?
Thank you.
Pre-trial, the long recess yesterday.
Thank
and
you.
the lunch break today.
Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to determine, Your Honor.
What?
I will give you exactly 5 additional minutes.
Oh my
from
God.
there. Mrs. Adelson has to make a decision whether she will testify or whether she will not.
This is so annoying to me.
If anyone in the gallery needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point.
This is so ridiculous. They are so rude and disrespectful. Let's go, Donna. He's tired of this.
We are not finished with the colloquy quite yet.
I'm not talking to hear myself speak.
I am not talking for the sake of talking. Before we have to move into any contempt, we do need to move on.
Let's go, Donna. Let's go. This is so disrespectful and rude.
Mrs. Adelson, the question remains, as it relates to your right to remain silent and your right to testify, what is your decision concerning these 2 rights?
Donna, you're not being asked to pick the case. It's not that show. What is that show? Deal or No Deal? You ain't on Deal or No Deal where you're trying to figure out which number you're going to pick because you're doing the math in your head by seeing which cases have already been opened and what they contain and what your chances are and whether you should take the deal or walk away. Give me a freaking break here. You've had plenty of time. Stop playing with these people. You got me all yelly again, and it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning here.
This time I don't want to testify.
Oh, at this time? Okay.
Very well. As I've previously
All right, so that's it for that at this time. Now, let me stop sharing this. Okay. Oh, tartar sauce. This is the one I wanted to share. Let me stop sharing this one. All right. Let me share this and close this. Now, hold on a minute. It's still paused, don't worry. So there was some kerfuffle, there was some talk, and it came out of well, I saw it on News Nation, but on News Nation with Ashley Banfield's segment, Joel from Surviving the Survivor was on the show, and he had said that really late last night there was murmurs that Donna was going to change her mind and she was going to testify, and whether or not that would be allowed. And basically what he said is after, he has talks to lawyers, and their thoughts were that as long as closing arguments haven't been made, the judge can allow Donna to testify. And and that he likely will, in order to make it a non-issue for appeals. Now, where they were this morning, I can go all the way back to the beginning where it started. And Donna waived her, hold on a minute. They get started and they immediately talk about, hold on a second. I'm running by this part.
as well.
All right. So,
Lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first-degree murder?
Yes, that's
In consulting with your attorneys, you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser included crimes.
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is, Your Honor.
Okay, so Donna waived her right to lesser included charges. Why would she do that, you might ask? Because there's a higher burden of proof for the first degree murder. And I think her attorneys think that the state didn't prove it. I think they're wrong. Kelly said, and again, Bindi and the mom quotes, "Oh, tartar sauce. Mama, is that you? You know where I got that from? Obviously, I think you do. It's from SpongeBob. And Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire likes it when I do SpongeBob's voice and I go, tartar sauce. It cracks her up. And when I go, barnacles, fish paste, she just loves it. So that's why I do it. Okay, so Donna has waived her right waived the lesser included charges in the indictment. All right, they're still going over jury instructions. Hold on, what's this?
Portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars.
Okay, that was the other thing.
Side, count 1, count 2.
All right, so the other thing was at the end of the day, yesterday when they started this, before they rested, the defense wanted the calendars from 2023 and 2014 entered into evidence in totality, because they argued rule of completion, which really only applies. I learned this is not something I knew, but Georgia Kappelman and the judge also said the same thing. So I'm inclined to believe this is facts. That really applies to like text messages and like phone calls, recorded calls. Hey, Cash, what up? We're watching the Donna Adelson trial. We're going to see about closing arguments, and there's been rumors that there's going to be potentially Donna could change her mind. So anyway, the judge is going to rule on those. I think it's ridiculous that they want the whole calendar in as if it's these two calendars in as if it's going to prove anything, in my opinion, because the argument was in the 2023 calendar that Donna had planned to sell these things months prior. Bruh, let me tell you what, if I'm looking at that calendar in conjunction with the rest of the evidence and context, I'm going to think, you know what I'm going to think? This heffalump was trying to leave the country and was making plans to dip long before she actually bought those tickets. That's how it looks. That's all I'm going to say. Let's hear what the judge has to say.
3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir, and I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes.
Oh, and I just need to mention that one of the instructions that the state objected to was not an actual instruction. It was part of the instructions. He needed a style change. He didn't want Donna Adelson's name in all caps. That was a problem.
All right. As to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness, after reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party, in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold. As that would go to hearsay, without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter, it will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those two items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the
Oh my
pages
God.
that's included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party, and in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach.
Demonstrative, though, is not evidence.
No, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, so the document itself is admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
Listen, okay, I understand what's happening here. Hold on a minute. Let me turn this down while he thumbs through all the exhibits. I get why he wants, okay. I understand that he is advocating for his client. This is his best strategy. But I think personally that putting all of that in the whole calendar is a bad idea. I just don't think it's a good strategy. That's it. That's all. I get why he's trying it, but I think it's a huge mistake. Oh my gosh. Let me highlight Jen's comment, Cash. Look at your screen so you can see Jonah. Oh my stars.
Two calendar. That was the one with the tag number. Don't see that here, Your Honor.
Yeah, help him out for the love of Pete. Otherwise, they're going to be here for 77 years. I'm skipping past this. This is ridiculous. I don't even think this is important. I don't understand the point of this.
The omission of that page alone creates misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from this admitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, fantastic.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yes,
Lord.
As I discussed on count 2, to conform to the indictment, we would ask that the count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Jackie, why are you looking over that like you don't know what's going on?
Let me bring up the indictment.
Oh my God. Okay.
Count 3 of the indictment. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant.
All right. They're over there colloquying, blah, 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 sidebar, sidebar, sidebar.
Before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need.
Great.
For closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures. You're not to make any facial movements. You're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury. That is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt.
Yeah, tell him,
Raise
Judge.
your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point.
Put
So,
yourselves
all
on
presentations
mute.
and demonstrations.
All right. Now they're still not back, even though it's 9:33. Oh, Lord. Okay, so if they are going ahead with closing arguments, Donna's not going to testify. And let me just say this. Although I would have appreciated the testimony, if I take a step back, all right, and look at it with that through a I can't stand Joe ass Donna Adelson lens, I would have to say that her decision not to testify is the best decision she's made since all of this began. And if she would have thought about what she was doing and the implications of what she was doing when she and her family conspired to kill Dan Markel, we wouldn't be sitting here today. And those boys would not be without their father in their life. So maybe you should have done a little bit more thinking, Donna Adelson. But the fact is you didn't, and that's why we are here today. And now I want to know from you guys, okay? Okay, let me think. Well, how do I want to put this? Do you guys think that the state did enough? Do you think that they connected all the dots, showed all, and proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Donna was part of this conspiracy? That's what I want to know. I'll tell you my thoughts. For me, I think they did. I think they connected the dots for the jury. So I had to try to take a step back and just think about it from the juror's perspective, because of course I know what happened. I know the evidence from, Charlie's trial. I've watched Katherine Magbanua's second trial. I've watched a little bit of Sigfredo Garcia's trial. So I'm familiar with the evidence. But when I took a step back from it, I think what really made me believe that or gave me the opinion that the state really did put it in a nice bow and tie it all up neatly, really were Donna's own words. I think that listening to those wiretaps and the footage and everything that occurred after the bump, I think it's very clear that Donna was in cahoots. Because if you thought for one moment, at the end of the day, they hemmed and hawed about going to the police. They even, threatened that they would go to the police if it didn't stop. And here's the thing, and I've been thinking about this for a long time. So when Charlie Adelson is talking to Katherine Magbanua, and he's like, you tell them we're going to the police. We're going to the cops. If this doesn't stop, that's it. That's all. We're going to the cops. We're going to give them a donation to charity, and then we're done. And if they don't, don't talk to me again, if they do, we're going to the cops. I think, this is just my personal opinion, I think the reason he said that was twofold. I think he said it to Katie in the way that he did because I think that I think in that moment he wasn't quite sure what was going on. And I think that he thought if there was an outside chance that Katherine Magbanua was part of this, that she would understand. I'm going to pay you this one time. And then if you keep harassing, I'm going to go to the cops, which was stupid and nonsensical. Okay. At the end of the day, threatening Katie with the cops doesn't, what is Katie going to do? She's just going to tell, she's got two choices. Say nothing and hope they can't put it together or spill the beans and point the finger at you, which she did years later. Okay. Like, I don't understand that threat. So Violet says, I think they did, but for the jury members, I'm not sure. I followed all of the trials from Sigfredo and Katie's first trial, but I'm 50-50 on whether the jury feels the same way. I think that I think the jury is I think that I think the jury is picking up what they're putting down, and I'll have a better idea, because really, what are closing arguments? They're not actually evidence, right? So, the jury can't. What is going on? Why are they not back? This is so annoying. Anyway, we'll get started at 9:25. It's 8:39 and 9:39 over there. Anyway, oh, Cash, I love that song. His name is Jonas. Anyway, I love Weezer. Just side note. I just think that I think that they did prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think when we get to the closing arguments, they're just going to be the highlight reels. And it's, have the jury, sort of pay attention to this evidence. This is, go back, blah, 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 blah. And I don't know what Donna's closing arguments are going to be, because in the beginning, in their opening statement, the defense said, "You'll hear from our client." Well, did they mean yeah, I mean, they weren't lying. We did hear from their client. We heard the wiretaps, the intercept calls. We heard those. So yeah, we heard from your client. She had plenty to say, right? We saw the emails, plenty to say. I think that I'm not really all that worried. I think the jury paid attention. I think that those wiretaps really sealed the deal. The TV is going to be about 5. Well, they were asking, like, come on, Donna, their behavior after the bump is what really, really, really sealed it for me. Because if you think you're being extorted and you had nothing to do with it, okay, and these people that are potentially extorting you are in some way, shape, or form connected to the people who actually, or person who actually killed Dan Markel, right? What are you going to do? Go to the popo. That's what you're going to do. The prosecution goes first, Kayla. Good to see you, by the way. Hey, Cash, good to see you too. I don't know if I said hi or not. I can't remember. It's been a long morning already. But yeah, like, you go to the cops, because these people are you got 2 types of criminals here. You got extortionists, number 1, okay? And then you got murderers, number 2. That's bad business. You call the cops. They didn't call the cops. Instead, Charlie spent every single phone call, no matter who he was talking to, telling everybody to shut the STFU, right? And never STFU himself at all. He kept talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. All the Adelsons, really, except for Wendy. Wendy talked, but when she spoke, what I've always thought is interesting about when Wendy talks. When Wendy talks, it's not so much to clear herself the way that the rest of the Adelson family does. It's to point the finger at somebody else. Have you noticed that? I've spent a lot of time, like, thinking about all of this. Um, I thought to I've thought about what does Wendy actually say? What does she actually talk about? And it's kind of like even that text message that she sent Donna after Charlie was convicted. That text message was purposeful. At that point, obviously, she knew that she was, because she'd already testified. She was under, she's being investigated. Her entire family is being investigated. Her brother is on trial for the love of Pete, or was. He had just been convicted. And the language that she chose to use was, I told the truth. I don't want to talk about I'm not going to talk about this case anymore with you. Um, I didn't have anything to do with Dan's murder. When she talks, it's very self-serving. Yes, Violet, very. Um, Hawaii is not on the Florida seal. That's Florida. That's a Native American in Florida's Native, like that was a Native American country. And it's obviously it's not an island. What is it? A peninsula surrounded on both sides by water. So shipping was huge back then when Florida was getting its start. That's, yeah, I'm shocked there isn't any oranges. There's usually some kind of oranges. But anyway, um, you know, right. Dear Mom, I am not guilty because I did not do anything, and I listened to that call many, many times, because there are a couple of things going on in that, um, conversation. And, one of them is, I think that's really when Donna knew that Wendy had betrayed her. And I think that Donna was, and the thing of it is, you know, um, Donna was very hurt. Like, well, look what I've done for you. And yet, look how you treat me. You couldn't even ask about how your brother is doing. That has nothing to do with the case. And she went basically line by line from that text message and responded to it. And, well, Cash, I mean, I can see how you would think that it would be Hawaii, but there's no Mickey Mouse because I think when the state seal was created, there was no Disneyland. So, but I've seen Cash has great artwork on his channel. You should definitely petition Florida to draw their state seal. I think you would do great. Karen asked, sidebar on the trial at the moment, did Donna get a plea deal? Hold on, let me find out what's going on. Because there's no, let's see. We should see what's going on in the chat. Doesn't look like anything here. close the chat and make us big. So here's the deal. It's been a rumor that Donna was offered a plea deal. Oh, what did I say? Disneyland? I meant Disney World. My bad. Sorry, Jen. You're right. There's been a lot of rumors about this, about there being a plea deal, but plea negotiations are confidential usually. I mean, there's exceptions. Obviously, it can be talked about under certain circumstances, but I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you what those are. But I personally have never been able to substantiate whether or not she was offered a plea deal. However, I'll say this, just thinking about it logically, the only plea deal, if Donna took a plea, it would likely be in exchange for her testimony. And who would she testify against at that point? When it would be Wendy. And even though Wendy does not give a single F about her family, in my opinion, and not even really, let me just leave it there. Look how she's treated them. And yet, California, Amy, that's a good question. I'll answer that in just a second. Let me finish this thought, because otherwise it's too disjointed, and it's probably frustrating for people live and on the replay. So I don't think that Donna would ever in any way, shape, or form testify against Wendy. I just don't think she would, no matter what. Charlie, on the other hand, Charlie's a wild card, and I think that Charlie very well could testify against her. It depends on how this appeal goes. So I don't think she cares about her family at all. So California Amy says, Jen Lou, will we get to hear any of Donna, Charlie, Katie's jail calls now that they are in jail for the trial? They can be requested. Of course, there would be a lot of redactions to them, really, for Donna, because Donna has probably had, and this was a complaint of theirs, which is why she was transferred out of Leon County right before trial, Leon County jail, to a different jail because of the tablet situation and yada yada, whatever. I can request them. What's the worst they can say? No. So after this is all over, I will request them, and let's just see what we get. Also, speaking of after this is all over, I had forgotten about this, but I saw yesterday something that reminded me. So Megan Boswell's sentencing is tomorrow. Of course, I'm going to stream that, and I hope you guys will be there with me. They're going to hear, what the jury recommended, a life sentence with the possibility of parole, I think after 15 years. But there are other charges that she was convicted of. And so they're going to, the sentencing hearing is to handle those other charges and figure out how she's going to serve her time. Because I think that they also recommended that Megan serve some of that time. Whether they're going to run concurrently, whether they're going to run continuously, right? Yeah. How is it? Continuous, or why can't I think of this right now? What is the term? Consecutively or concurrently, which means, will she have to serve one sentence and then the next, and then the next, and then the next, or will she be serving all of her sentence at the same time? So
Very quickly, yes.
there we go. Concurrent or consecutive? Thank you, Jay. Rose, I couldn't, and Violet, I just like my brain was, I don't even know. Looks like they're about to start. I don't know why we're muted again. Yes, Cash. Consecutive is one after the other. This is taking too long. It's driving me nuts. We're almost 30 minutes. Well, in 2 minutes, it'll be 30 minutes past when we should have been started. But I'm like, I'm not gonna. You did get it right. I feel like, you know what I'm wondering? We still haven't seen it yet. Donna pulls some health related episode to get sympathy. I mean, she can't do it at just any time. She's got to pick the right moment. You know, she's got to pick the right moment to do it. She's got to do it in front of the jury. You think so, Violet? You bet Donna has a medical emergency. I feel like, she's doing it. I feel like, yeah, I predict we're going to see we're going to see something today. You know, I agree. Like Donna's been, Oh, the other thing that Donna's original criminal defense attorney testified to yesterday was that Donna had plans of self-harm and that she and Rashbaum were discussing how best to handle that should they get a Baker Act. Let me say this. I don't believe Donna was Baker acted, which is interesting to me because why would you have to discuss that? If you thought that your client was seriously contemplating self-harm, even if you didn't think it was serious, just on the off chance, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen, right? If it is a ploy for attention, right? It's a 72-hour hold. That's the most they can hold her. Okay. That 72-hour hold is not the mandated time. Like that's just the longest. They can let her out before that, right? They get her evaluated. If she needs help, she gets the help. If it was just an all for attention, then nothing is lost. But they didn't do that. Oh, let me see. I didn't see those. Well, let's see. So Creative Mind says, in my opinion, Charlie's attorney had some long, hard chats with Charlie about turning on his family if he gets another trial. His appellate attorney has no ties to this family. Good. We'll see. Linda Sturmer, 7 Lilies. Good to see you, by the way. No, that is not Wendy next to Donna. That is the...
Everyone can be seated.
Hold on. That I don't want to scream. That is the paralegal for the defense team. No, Wendy hasn't had anything to do with Donna since Charlie's conviction.
Members of the jury. Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Katherine Magbanua or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Katherine Magbanua or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Katherine Magbanua or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses?
Just really quick, I just want to point this out. That was really an important instruction, because none of the jailhouse Catherine the main people that testified that are important in this case, although the jailhouse snitches that were in Leon County with Donna, they're important, but that's why they don't charge people, I think, sometimes with perjury, particularly jailhouse witnesses. That's why Katherine Magbanua hasn't been charged with perjury. Even though she's admitted perjury, she's not been charged with it, nor has she been convicted of it. Therefore, the instruction is, you listen and hear what she says, but keep in mind, she wasn't in trouble. She's never been charged or convicted of committing perjury, which is lying. So there you have it. I just want to point that
Whether
out.
the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment: solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning. Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right, you got it right, with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Katherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed, and this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else.
Thank you, Tess.
What offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it, babe.
That these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime.
Well, in that case, I must. Thank you, Cash. Cash says, just to hear Bendy interrupt the still last yawn. I think Georgia is just getting there. She's a slow burn, and then she's going to drop the hammer. But thank you so much. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce, and relocation specifically, wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Katherine Magbanua to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005. and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own, and upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, "You've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements." They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, "I'm too angry to write anymore." And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email. And it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest, in fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is, how'd they get that information? Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't gonna happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final, and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months, case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase, at the moment. Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email, anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie. But she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed Mom and Dad. And there's a few that are signed Mom and Dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler Youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Katherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker. for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Katherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone? And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Katherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Katherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her.
I'm sorry, you guys. I just need to pause really quickly for some fair use commentary. But let me just say this. We all have experience on at some level with children. And the truth of the matter is, at that age, children do spontaneously announce things that have been said to them by other people, mostly other adults. And I know that the expert witness yesterday for the defense tried to really diminish that and say, oh, well, these kids were young. It's not like a judge is going to, inquire and put them on the stand and ask them about it. But the fact of the matter is that's a really serious allegation. And I believe that it's true, mostly for the fact that we listened to wiretaps between Charlie and Donna, where Donna is freely talking about things related to Dan Markel's murder while pushing those boys on the swing. And she's not editing herself and talking in code to protect the boys. No. She's talking in code to protect a potential wiretap. Stop playing with these people, Donna. All right, that's all.
When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation, as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. I'm going to terminate your parental rights. Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose, that's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, "I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants." If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder, and the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendy threatening to file motions exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depo. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoing Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise, but why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie, Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. He can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Katherine Magbanua, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Katherine Magbanua. At dinner, Magbanua mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys. And because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But, as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family. because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Katherine Magbanua about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbanua said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically, as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Katherine Magbanua that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. Magbanua drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then Magbanua calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with Magbanua. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad, since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to Dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to Dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. The paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Katherine Magbanua on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Katherine Magbanua. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacasse. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Katherine Magbanua to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanua were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Katherine Magbanua. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanua understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect. Appears like it went to voicemail. And we would later learn from Magbanua that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Katherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday Evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The Evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the Evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the Evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up coming to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia travel to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia follow Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman? And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. They want their money. Where is Magbanua getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45, so while the killers are calling Magbanua and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, "Are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house." She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else." This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother is someone who is very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Katherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, "My parents just left." They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m., Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Katherine Magbanua's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him that the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Katherine Magbanua that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. (9/12/14). The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Katherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment? If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
That's not an evidence.
Well, members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. There's pictures on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence, I know y'all like that, some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A, does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, "Will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?"
Yeah, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me the salt ticket?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it kind of exactly what they asked for? The TV was probably about 5.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah,
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Katherine Magbanua, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Katherine Magbanua, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is, normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanua was just a victim of the hitman too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitman, not for the benefit of Katherine Magbanua. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanua the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, oh, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanua then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanua on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014, but he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high-rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Katherine Magbanua at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Katherine Magbanua, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Katherine Magbanua, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She's stuck with it.
Blaze approach.
Oh, for the love of Pete. Why are we approaching? Obviously, the judge has instructed the jury.
I'll take you to the jury room.
Oh, for Pete's sake. This is ridiculous. The jury has been instructed already that whatever the lawyers say in closing arguments is not evidence. Jeez, Jackie. You know why she's doing this. Georgia has
You'll all be
momentum.
seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue.
Let's go, Fulford. I'm over it.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Ms. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I have heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna be here all damn day with this at the rate this is going. So annoying. I'm sorry. I get annoyed. I don't, this is hugely irritating to me. I like to get the closing statements out of the way. I like for them to be done and over with, without interruption. I like them to be in their full, I don't even know how to put it. I like to hear them uninterrupted. To me, this is like a commercial break. There is a reason why I wait for like a show that I'm watching. If it comes out as a weekly episode, I wait until it's every episode has been out, just so I don't have to wait a week in between. Okay. I have YouTube Premium because I don't like commercials. And this feels like a commercial and I don't appreciate it, Jackie. So even though I'm not going to, I don't feel that Donna is guilty because I don't like Jackie I don't like Jackie. All right, Fulfer. What is her name? Hold on. Neat texted it to me a long time ago just so that I would be aware. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, you guys. All right. What is her last name? It's going to drive me nuts. Hold on. Where is it? Whatever, Jackie. I'll find it later. I'm not even going to really worry about this because I feel like I don't want to waste you guys' time because that's rude. But, yeah. I have no idea where that text went. Anyway, I already went ahead and created a verdict watch for you guys. I've already scheduled it. Let me just pull that up for you guys so that you know. And you can go ahead and set your notification for that. Choose to be notified. I'll have to update it. I made it for 5 o'clock p.m., which 5 o'clock my time would be 6 o'clock the jury time. I don't really know how. Oops. Why did this do this? I don't really know what the rules are going to be until after closing arguments are done, which I feel like is going to be never at the rate we're going now. Here it is. So I set it for 5 o'clock, which would be 6 o'clock Florida time. I feel like I can't remember how long the jury deliberated with Charlie Adelson. I want to tell you guys it was somewhere around like 3 hours. No, court's not over, Seven Lilies. They're on a little bit of a break. Everybody needs to go potty. Jackie interrupted. Where's Neat? Neat knows her name. Hold on a second. Let me see. Fulford. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Jackie Fulford. I could not remember it. I want to say that they did deliberate for 3 hours. Let me just check how long it took. Let me Google it. How long, did the jury deliberate? Here we go. About 3 hours. Okay. Also, let me look up. Okay, so remember how I told you I was going to look up where the origins were for where it came. There's more than one way to skin a cat came from. Okay, this is what AI has to say. AI overview. The phrase "there's more than one way to skin a cat" is an American proverb that first appeared in print in the 19th century. It means there are multiple ways to achieve the same result. While the exact origin is unknown, it developed from a family of similar older proverbs involving different animals and gruesome ends. Potential origins. Older British proverbs. One of the earliest versions appeared in John Ray's 1678 collection of English proverbs as, quote, "There are more ways to kill a dog than hanging." Other variations involved cats, such as "more ways of killing a cat than choking it with cream." Seba Smith, the phrase first appeared in its modern form in American humorist Seba Smith's 1840 short story, The Money Diggers. In it, Smith wrote, quote, "As it is said, there are more ways than one to skin a cat, so there are more than one of digging for money." Mark Twain, later in the 19th century, Mark Twain cemented the saying in American popular culture, using it in his 1889 novel, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. The catfish theory. Some people believe cat is an abbreviation for catfish, which must be skinned before it's cooked, unlike most scaled fish. While common in the American South, this is likely a regional twist rather than the definitive origin. The fur trade. Another theory connects the phrase to the fur trade of the 19th century, in which different methods and techniques were used for skinning animals. In the late 1800s, cat fur was used to make and trim clothing, especially in the Netherlands, though the practice was controversial. So there you all have it. Okay, because I don't like any of the sayings, but I'm curious where it came from. Like, why are we skinning cats? What the F? Alice and Mac strongly object. And if you were going to object about anything, Fulford, you should have objected about that. Because no. Sorry, you guys. I'm adjusting in my chair. It's been sitting here since I started this morning. Now 3 hours and 25 minutes in, and it's really, sometimes I get uncomfortable and I have to like switch what's going on. All right, let's see. Still not back. Oh, for the love of Pete. Come on. How long does it take to go potty? Yeah. Alice and Mac are like, hell no, we're not. No, no, no. No, we shan't be skinning anything. I think Alice and Mac would even advocate for dogs because they did both love Nestor. I miss him so much. It'll be a year in October. I miss him. I miss him. You know when it's weird the times that I miss him. Like, I miss him when I'm making a salad because I always put cucumber in my salad, and Nestor used to get so excited for the cucumber ends. He loved a cucumber, just loved a cucumber. And I miss him, like, when it was like at bedtime too. I miss him because he used to just, get up from wherever he was laying and be like, oh, we're gonna go bed, mama. Let's go bed. He'd get up and go to bed with me. Yeah, I miss him. I miss him a lot. I just miss him being here. I just miss him being here. Let me see if I have a picture of him. I think I do on here. I should. I hope I didn't delete it. Let me look. No, I think I had it on StreamYard. Meanwhile, this is Alice. Alice is judging the term more than one way to skin a cat. She makes the best faces, I swear. Oh my gosh. And Alice and Mac, they miss Nestor too. I know they grieved him. They looked for him a lot. Oh, really? Justified? Oh my God, my big cat used to help me with salad. He loved the baby spinach and the arugula. Oh, thank you, Lil Red. Lil Red says, hugs at the ward. I know the pain is hard, but your memories are beautiful and sweet. Coffee and Skeleton says, oh, that is so sweet. It's hard when they are gone. It is. Kimberly says, I'll rest in power, Nestor. Thank you, Rachel. Hold on a second. Harley, I hear you. Harley says, how does anyone sit in a courtroom this long? I would have to stretch out under my table or across a whole ass bench. I'd be getting up there. I'd be raised every time they asked if people needed a break. I'd be like, me, I need to go and have a cigarette. You people are boring me. And hold on a second. Why is this not working? Kelly says, Alice looks exactly like my Maddie Jane Matthews. Aww. And their tuxedo cats are interesting too. They're really, really interesting cats. They are, they're really interesting cats. Sarah says, we were lucky. The jury got super comfy stuffed leather chairs. The gallery got individual stadium seats. Oh, at least there's that. And I know this jury gets Costco snacks. And let me just say this, Costco snacks are delicious. You can go anywhere. If you go to Costco or even Sam's on a Saturday, you can eat a whole meal just in the samples. For real. You can get a full meal. You can get an appetizer. You can get a main course. You can get a side and a dessert just from the samples. It's the best. Yes, Coffee and Skeletons. You didn't know that? Coffee and Skeleton says, which I'm very sorry about that, babe. I watch my mom's dog all the time, Charlie, but I call him Charles, and he is showing signs of dementia. I'm sorry, babe. I didn't know dogs can have dementia. Yes. Yes. And when Nestor got to probably about maybe a year before he passed, he started really showing signs of it. And it got, the closer, of course, he got to passing, the worse it got. And the last really vivid incident that I have in my mind was I had taken him out to go potty. And I was watching him in the yard, and I could just see, like, you can just see in their faces, you know, in their eyes, that they're confused. And he'd gone out and he'd gone potty, but like after he was done, he wasn't like walking around and sniffing. Nestor was our security, so he used to always do 2 laps around the perimeter of the yard, you know, to check security, perimeter check. That was his job. But he wasn't doing that. He was not really walking the perimeter. He was more close to the middle of the yard, and he was just kind of like meandering, wasn't sniffing or anything. It was just like you could tell he was confused. And it just, I knew. And, you know, losing him was really hard. I don't even want to talk about Alice because, and I would just, she's my best friend. Like, oh, thank God, because I can't talk about this anymore. I'm going to cry.
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Fulford, stay seated and quiet.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the 2 extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Katherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd $1,000 over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Katherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Katherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled, there's nothing to worry about, don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up.
But isn't that what was already happening, right? Weren't they already being extorted by Katie Magbanua? That's why the extortion theory makes no sense.
Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, "I'm out of the loop." How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. the evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Katherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen, and that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Louis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Louis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Katherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Katherine Magbanua. She knew that Katherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money, so what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement, and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny. Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny? And she responds, I've got to go, and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she's nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness, and they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay? It needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, you know, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text, at the bottom there, next one, previous one maybe, on that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her? Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit. Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence, and it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Katherine Magbanua admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast-track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this.
Thank you, Neat. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. It was very generous. And also, J. Rose, if you're still in here, babe, I wanted to say out loud where you can hear, thank you for joining memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Welcome to the ward.
Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
All right.
Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to take our lunch break.
Oh my
The bailiff will
God.
take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly.
All right. Well, if we're going to do lunch, then let me find us some lunchtime listenings.
Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do.
Let's see.
We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're gonna need
Hold on.
the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not gonna stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits? Or-
Yes, Violet, it was.
If anything does need to be reviewed.
So Violet asks, what was Jackie Fulford's objection during, what was? I've missed the what part. During George's closing. She objected. Basically what she said was that she burden shifted, implying that the defense had some burden in this case, which they don't. And she also said that Georgia Kappelman's comments sort of implied a negative connotation towards the defendant not taking the stand. And the judge said, nope. I will share that. I'll look it up. I know that Jackie Fuller or Jackie Fulford, the attorney. What I was going to do is play the jailhouse confession or the jailhouse informants. Testimony from while we're on the lunch break, because that should be plenty of time for us, plus commentary. Because I know it's Jackie Fulford. Oh, you were talking about were you talking about Jackie Fulford, or is there somebody else I should be looking into? Neat. But I'm going to play this because I need to eat something. So I'm going to play this while we're on recess. The lunch recess. All right. You ready? I got it on screen. Yep. We're good to go. I have the other stream pulled, I have the current trial pulled up, just so you guys know we're not going to miss a second of what I'm sure to be is some spectacular closing argument, just as spectacular as their case in chief was. All right, here we go.
I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Patricia Bird.
Oh, Sandy, that's really sweet of you. Sandy said, find her guilty. Thank you. Boom. Amen. Let's find her guilty. Let's get this show on the road and let's get after Wendy next. Thank you so much. That was really generous. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Say with Brandon if you can adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Bird.
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A. Bird, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
Yes.
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
Yes. I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case?
Yes.
That you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
Yes.
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
Yes.
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
Yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's an open bay where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together.
Yes.
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women.
Yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right, and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes.
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
Yes.
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina Bernhardt.
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
Yes.
Were you and Drina the closest?
Yes.
To her, I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay. So she said she did do it, and she did it to keep her grandkids.
Yes.
But she didn't expect it to go this far.
Yes.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Was that several years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with Magbanua for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with Magbanua?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with Magbanua, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that Magbanua told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land?
Yes.
And that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
Now, was any of that true as far as did Magbanua ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary.
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
and
you...
noodles and stuff like that.
Okay. But it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Magbanua said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay, but that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just a pause for some fair use commentary. I want to point out why what she's saying, what she said about Donna buying her commissary. I found that to be quite interesting because if you'll recall, there was a pretrial hearing that your girl covered. It's on my channel. Should be, I need to add it to the playlist of Donna Adelson. But anyway, Donna Adelson was applying to get bail again. And her reason for wanting bail was because she claimed she was being extorted in jail, threatened, harassed, all of the things. And the first thing that she said was that another inmate had come up to her while she was in the bathroom and told her that she was going to mess up those pretty white teeth, and what she wanted was commissary. That's what she wanted from Donna. And I personally believe that Donna was setting it up. Then, if this witness testified, if this came out, if it went the wrong way, that Donna would be able to say she was extorting me. That's what I think.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
They spoke to Lindsay Knight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhardt?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah. Did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
They did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
Just a second. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
To the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male.
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator.
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer.
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss Magbanua was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Miss Magbanua was manipulative?
I did.
And is that true?
It is.
Okay. Now you testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanua?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
how many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times.
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said that, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page and marker for that, please?
I don't have it.
I would object to improper impeachment.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'll refer you, I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newland and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20. And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you just read that to yourself, please? Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Bird, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir. Will you finish what you were gonna say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So, did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes.
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
On a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes.
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
Yes.
And your own attorney?
Yes.
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Katherine Magbanua, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of.
Okay. And she said yes?
And she said yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
Defense.
Potentially, Your Honor.
Okay. So she's a problematic witness. All right. Why is she a problematic witness? Because she was originally interviewed by the defense. If you guys remember back to the pretrial hearings, it is this witness and the one that's coming up next that Donna wanted them deposed immediately. And and the defense or the state basically had was like, no, we need a little bit, come on, you can't just be, deposing them immediately. And further, what they wanted was their deposition to be their testimony. That's what they wanted. And the state was like, and their argument for that was that both of them, or one of them, I can't remember, I think it's the second one, that the second one had said to Donna that as soon as she was released, she intended to go right back to her substance abuse, or I should say, abuse, use and abuse, and that they were very concerned that they would not be able to locate this witness should she be released, and that they wanted the judge to issue an order that her deposition alone would be enough. And the judge was like, no. Absolutely not. And I think we know why now. I think we know that, but unfortunately, let's get to her and then we'll see what comes out during her testimony. If, if the jury gets to hear that part, because I'm not sure that they will. All right, here we go. This is the next witness.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Drina Barnhart.
Also, just so you guys know, I do have the closing arguments on another screen. I'm watching it. We will not miss any of the closing arguments. All right, let's keep going. And if we have time, I want us to listen to Rob Adelson's testimony as well.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Bernhardt. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Drina Bernhardt, DrinaBernhardt.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are you in currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the first case I want to ask you about is the VOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Okay. Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving either felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so now she's got some crimes of dishonesty. I forgot about this part. Also, I think Harley wants to know, how did they get back to their seats after lunch? Do they have ticket stubs? No, it's not like that for this trial. I don't think. I haven't heard anything about that. I would imagine that it's essentially based on a first come, first served basis. So it would, make you try to get back before, be at the front of the line. Once the seats are filled, they're filled, is the way I understand it, because there are some seats that are reserved for Dan Markel's family, and there are seats reserved for Harvey Adelson. So they don't get anything for snitching, Harley, not in this case. The only person who got anything from the state for testifying against Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, Charlie Adelson, and now Donna Adelson is Louis Rivera. He took a plea of second-degree murder. So that's the only person who got any type of deal for testifying. Even Katherine Magbanua got nothing, because she went through 2 trials and was convicted both times. And she then decided, you know what, I'm finna tell it all. And so she testified. She testified multiple times. She testified in her own trial. She testified in Sigfredo Garcia's trial. She testified in Charlie Adelson's trial and Donna's trials.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right.
Okay. The other thing I want to point out also that I forgot to point out is this is what I suspect happened. Okay. I suspect it went down like these two say it did. Okay. And I think they were going to try to do Donna a favor, but they both have pending cases against them. And I suspect that because they have pending cases, they are likely represented. They probably have court-appointed attorneys. And their court-appointed attorneys said, listen, if you get your cookies up there and lie on the stand, it's going to impact your next cases. Don't do it. If it's not the truth, then don't get up there and testify to it. That's what I think happened. All right, here we go.
Were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We work together 24/7, so.
All right, can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, initially it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal things, like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Did she paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61. Is this one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence, State 61.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State 61 is the noted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Okay, so is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Excuse me, camera person, would you please tilt the camera towards the evidence that's being presented? They're back in the courtroom. Let's get over there. Here's the deal. So after these two testified, of course, the defense called in the investigators that interviewed them from the defense team. Let's see if we can let me find her art. Hold on. Do they show? That's the letter. Hold on. Let's see if they show the art. Here we go. There's her art. That's all we have. That's all they decided to show. Thanks, Court TV, camera person, operator. But anyway, so they had, what happened? Hold on a minute. Oh, wait, I lied. I had it fast forwarded. My bad. We still have time. I forgot. I had rewound to see what time we were supposed to be back. Anyway, they're going to be back shortly, though. Let's go back to where we were. All right. Anyway, one thing I want to touch on is the fact that in an effort to impeach these two witnesses, the defense called the two investigators that were retained by Donna Adelson's prior counsel, that prior counsel being Dan Rashbaum. Okay. Here's the deal with that. It's going to be up to the jury to decide the weight of the testimony given by these two jailhouse informants. I don't think that the investigators' testimony really did anything to move the needle, quite frankly. And here's why. Because they both had the option to record that interview and they didn't. And I think that's going to be, it caused me pause, and I think it's going to cause the jury pause. All right, let's keep going.
On the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And did you return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was something that she was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay, and was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Donna, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often or only
Yeah.
one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanua somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanua from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanua to you, or did you bring Magbanua up to her?
I can't remember exactly how.
I just would like to say thank you so much, Jen, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Who says, the Jonah Whisperer strikes again. He was wound up and then he heard bending and he is now passed out. I'm gonna put that on my channel. Jonah Whisperer can make dogs pass out. Also, I hope Sean Cassidy comes and sees you, comes to tour where you're at, Jen. I do. All right, here we go.
How it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanua?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanua.
And Miss Magbanua, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, moving evidence, State 62.
An objection.
No objection.
State 62 is admitted.
And publish.
You may.
Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
Okay. And whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court?
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here. This says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the $1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
And then over here continues, but she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Katherine Magbanua ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No,
All right, I need to pause for a bit of fair use commentary here, but the look that Donna had on her face prior to the pause was the exact same look that she had on her face when Wendy got up to the stand and was on the stand, as if she'd been betrayed.
There's a part on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the $1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Kay say any of this to you? Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type of language that Katherine Magbanua would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
But that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Jay Rose says, I can't remember if it was asked during trial whether Katie was even in prison at the time Donna supposedly wrote that this happened. She was. Well, she was in prison, but then she had been transferred to the Leon County Jail in 2023 when she was going to testify in Charlie Adelson's trial. And I believe that they were together. And I believe that is when all of this happened. That is the timeline with which they're working with, which was the time that Katie was in the Leon County Jail awaiting her to be able to testify in Charlie Adelson's trial. I don't think there's a dispute at all by either side that they were in jail, in the Leon County Jail, in the same part of the Leon County Jail, so that there could be communication. Otherwise, what would be the point?
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Once again, when Donna went to her pretrial hearing to try to get to plead with the judge to give her bail, one of the things that she said was that she was being extorted for phone time, commissary, and I had forgotten this, packages. I gotta say, you guys, now the jury's not going to hear that. They're not going to know about that, right? But for us, when evaluating the weight of the testimony, the credibility of the witness, it ain't looking good for you, Donna. It ain't looking good.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think, Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay, and who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay, had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, one moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
For the 40 cross, please approach.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
Oh, I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Bird, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you've been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. So that violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I want to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes. You may approach. Identification purposes. Judgment and sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling and 1 count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Okay. Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again,
I did.
and you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions,
I just didn't go.
and you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get-out-of-jail-free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her,
We became friends, yes.
and you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
Okay. So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember, I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
Jennifer wants to know, she can get a pass? Absolutely, you can always get a pass, babe. Jonah comes first. Real life always comes first.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zollner, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty,
Okay.
yes.
So we're talking about a violation of probation. You go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes,
You didn't show up for probation.
correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, Crafty Chris, good to see you, babe.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually, the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
Yes.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor.
I mean, the fact of the matter here is that she's got a bad history, okay? She's got a credibility issue. And I think that she knew they wouldn't take her seriously if it wasn't captured on video. I mean, I suppose you can look at it either way, and I'm curious as to how the jury is going to view her. They're still not back from lunch yet, you guys. I'm checking every
Did you tell my client she
minute.
was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be
they're
that
back.
my client wrote down the script.
They're back. Finally. All right, let's take this off. Finally.
Items that are not in evidence. I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
For anything that is not admitted at this time, it cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the 2 calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
There wouldn't be.
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense, and just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented.
Oh my
items
God,
we would like to be able to present that as an argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
What he wants to do, Sarah, is the defense attorney wants to find a backdoor way to get these dadgum calendar notes in, more of them. He's tried every which way he can think of to get it in, and the judge is like, listen, I've made this ruling. They're not coming in any way, shape, or form, not for a demonstrative. Now you can argue that you can take the evidence that's been admitted, which are those 2 calendar pages, and you can argue that it's not complete, that there are other entries, but you're not going to show them to the jury.
Yes, sir.
It's ridiculous. He's tried every way to get this in. It ain't coming in, bro.
You can bring in the jurors.
Just while we wait. Where is it at?
I'm so tired of you.
Your Honor, since we don't have a beautiful presentation as a state, while Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on display.
That's fine.
Fantastic. You're going to work as a team. Teamwork makes the dream work. Maybe you should have spent less money on expensive ass nothing burgers in in the form of expert testimony. Oh, I see some YouTubers. You want to see him again? Hold on a second. Let's see. There's Surviving the Survivor. And there's Mentor Lawyer. Well, they're not really allowing a tag team closing, Crafty Chris. Mainly what they're doing is allowing, because they don't have a PowerPoint, they're going to have to use the overhead, or the Elmo as they call it now. Excuse me, Judge Everett, pardon me. They're just going to allow, Jackie is going to be giving the closing argument, and Homeboy is going to be working the Elmo.
Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing.
Hey, Alicia, good to see you.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So, it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they've put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client, and what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years, and they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented. Not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was, he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife Wendy about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him no. You know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markel. Those 2 people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document, dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where are my numbers? That Katherine Magbanua, that's right, Katherine Magbanua is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the 5th time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document, and he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe, and he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, 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 that's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year, and they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, I said, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing, and she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the 2 that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, The mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce, and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A, and inside that email, they claim, shows the hatred for Danny Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Gibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person.
Oh my God. So let me get this straight, okay? Let me get this straight. All right? Your idea of a fantastic way to close out this case, this is the last thing the jurors are going to hear from you, from your side, is to praise the victim and shame your own client. Well played, Jackie. Well played. But to your point, we are here because The Adelsons as a whole, including your client, cannot shut their mouths. They helped make the case against themselves. That's it. That's all. Let's keep going.
She goes on and on and on and on, and they believe that she had Danny Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed, she was planning to have him killed, she was going to find somebody to kill him, she was going to pay somebody to kill him, she was going to kill him, that she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides,
Hold on.
relocation issue.
Look at the face that Donna is making towards her own attorney. Oh my gosh, this just keeps getting better.
Which has been dead for over a year before he's killed. Bad choice.
Hold on. Let me rewind
It
this.
had Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge? One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges, they prosecute, they get the convictions, they get people sent off to prison. Not us. What, we're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson? Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator-size safe that he has at his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Katherine Magbanua. Girlfriend, and they're still fooling around on the side. That's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it, but now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one.
Oh my God, even better. Even better. This is now, this is now the my name's Bennett and I ain't in it defense. I can't. Oh my God.
You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you know, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 stapled just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Katherine Magbanua, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kids someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Ms. Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really?
I don't believe that part either, Jackie, but the rest of your
She must have think
closing
y'all
is
were born
ridiculous.
yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanua to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the evite thing is a non-issue.
Look at Harvey's face. They done blamed Princess Wendy. Jackie?
Ah, fuck.
Oh my God. This is getting better and better. Jackie's driving the bus and everybody's underneath it. Everybody except Donna.
I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Dan Markel, that Katherine Magbanua said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed. Katherine Magbanua, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now.
Hold on.
Charlie's business.
Hold on. Now we've got Jackie over here pounding her tiny little fists and hands and nails all over that podium. And hold on a second. Watch Georgia.
He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison.
Bored.
So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023 around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely.
Let me tell you what else is just as
this?
likely.
Could it be?
Hold on, could it be, ma'am? Just hold your could it be for a minute. Back the milk truck up. You want to admit those pages so badly as if they show something exculpatory to your client. And I will tell you, just from the pages that we've seen that were allowed to be published that are in evidence, Donna is detail oriented. She is an A-type personality. If that was canceling disability insurance to Charlie, it would have said Charlie. She would have written Charlie. Donna is about the details. Stop playing with these people. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with the jurors. Stop it. Let's continue.
Could it be in State's Exhibit Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation. Notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Does that, where's the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're gonna have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party.
Okay, let me just say this. It's not a great birthday present. If I were a 70-year-old man, I'd probably want, some 25-year-old jumping out a birthday cake. That might be a better present. I'd want Donna not to be able to talk for at least 2.5 weeks. That'd be a fantastic birthday present. I don't mean for her not to be able to talk permanently. I just want to be living in silence. If you heard Donna speak, it's very annoying.
What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody, but that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you gotta ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here, and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor, and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to them on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove.
So Sarah says every time someone says what like that, my mind goes to Monty Python. Sorry. Every time I hear somebody say what consecutively, my mind goes to Pulp Fiction. Say what again? I dare you. Jackie got me yelling. I'm sorry about your ears, y'all. My bad. I'll be quiet.
And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in, they proved that those two men killed Danny Markel, that Katherine Magbanua was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. And Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city, we can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you.
Hold on a minute, Jackie. No, the state never said that. What it showed is there were a series of attempts by Donna through Wendy to try to get Dan to agree to relocate to Miami. And when he wouldn't do it, and it was done and over with, Donna got desperate. Let's keep it in perspective. Stop lying to the jurors. That's not nice.
For just a second.
Let me not interrupt her anymore.
That would be 60 JJ.
Why are we waiting around? Didn't y'all come back from lunch early just so you could set up? What in the actual F are you doing?
The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA, which is Marriage Settlement Agreement, on Parenting Issues and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3 and 4-year-old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping. Refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4-year-old. And I'm not sure I can do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it in your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal and safeguard. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. That's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy said, but her mother about what she did that day from the state. Wendy Adelson was, I want you to believe, you got to read that. Apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's and what information on the form. And what does this Adelson?
I don't know why it jumped forward like that. I don't really appreciate it.
The day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again. With grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed, and 2, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is, from Wendy's testimony, that he continued himself because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids, she continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was, for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something, and then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys, and she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes, and they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna, they say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available, if you've got a homicide planned? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you. Like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. That's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news, but my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear. Want to hear?
I need to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, and obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's, it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call, let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that this 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified,
I have to pause for fair use commentary. Sorry to cut her off in the middle of what I'm sure is going to be a very profound statement. Jackie is harnessing the chick from The Grudge at this point. She's all, What the hell? Jackie, come on.
Testified. First of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc., and they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them, they got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's exhibit...
So then why text somebody that you're outside of their house if you're not outside of their house?
If Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in. But she's outside the house? They introduced this. She had talked to him according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. remember back in jury selection, I didn't do it for Ms. Adelson, my co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson, calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Byrd. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts, and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there was an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Bird wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, write. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Katherine Magbanua. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they've got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markel was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend, and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markel, and now they're demanding money, and so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited, if I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours, or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there.
Jackie, if these snitches are just made up and they're making up a story, blah, 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 who are the two jailhouse snitches y'all wanted to depose and wanted their depositions to be enough? That's it. That's all. You didn't believe they would be available for testifying by the time the trial came around. Who are those people then? If they were never on a witness list for y'all, who are they?
Everybody there. So he tells her right around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanua. It'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator, and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever, that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth. So she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
Black shorts. What is it? Okay, bye.
Thanks, Court TV. I guess the audience viewing this isn't going to get to see this exhibit.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen, no, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Google for quite some time after your problem up north has been solved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder. Because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made-up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on, and you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, so she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe.
Wait a minute. Why would she need to be giving him hints in lieu of code words? Are you Jackie? Come on.
Can I have just 1 second, please?
No, you cannot. Oh my God. Now they need to come up. Oh my God.
Members of the jury will take a brief break at this time.
Jackie needs to go potty.
Please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
Oh. Told y'all we were going to be here all damn day with this. Hold on. Hopefully it'll be a quick break. I need to know. I'm going to have to, hold on. Let me fix this really quick. Okay. Before I forget this. I need to fix the scheduled broadcast. You know, I've been thinking, about how long it might take the jury. And, I think that it's going to take the jurors longer. Hold on, let me. All right. I think it's going to take the jurors longer to deliberate over Donna than it is going to be over Charlie, and here's why. I think they're going to want to be extra careful. And the reason I think they're going to want to be extra careful is because, I mean, Donna is not a young person. Let's be honest. Let's talk about it the way that it truly is. And I think they're going to likely be a little apprehensive to just lock away Amima, for the rest of her life. I mean, these are serious charges. Let me go ahead and post for you guys the verdict watch stream for you. There you go. It's there. Let me go over here. I think I don't know if I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can pin this. No, I have to go on my other. I have to actually go on my channel account. All right, give me just a second. I'll do that. But I mean, I have to say her closing argument is more impassioned than her opening statement. And I mean, it's always nice to have an impassioned. Let me see. Where's it at? There we go. That, I mean, it's a change, and it's nice for her to be passionate. I don't think that the podium did anything to her. So I wish she'd just slow her roll a little bit on beating that podium, because that's, first of all, damaging to your own skin. Plus the podium didn't do anything. I mean, there's some holes in her closing argument, but there is one point that I agree with her on, but not in the way that you might think. I do think that the state and the investigators have this theory wrong. I don't think that, you know what, they might not. They might just be holding back. Because I do believe that Wendy Adelson manipulated, gassed Donna up, whipped her up into a lather, into a frenzy about the custody situation, the relocation, all of the things. Because I think that Wendy, quite frankly, and this breaks my heart to say, but it is just what I believe. I do think that Wendy saw Dan as a problem that she no longer wanted to deal with. I think she is that type of person. And I think that the manipulator got manipulated. I think that getting rid of Dan, murdering Dan, was actually Wendy's idea. But I think she actually let her mom be the one that did all the directives. So in that sense of the word, if Donna is the mastermind, I don't know if I would use the word mastermind. I would use the word, what did she call herself? In Wheel of Fortune, a domestic coordinator. I think that's what she called herself. I believe that she is the coordinator. I believe the mastermind truly is Wendy. That's what I believe. And I believe that great lengths were taken by Wendy herself, as well as Donna and Charlie, to protect Wendy and to keep her out of it as much as possible. Yeah, she's a coordinator. A domestic, I do believe that. I do believe that, that great, that's why they're, as we know it today. Because remember, the investigation into Wendy is ongoing. They're investigating her. They've been investigating her. I suspect that they're probably close to the conclusion of their investigation. And I believe that Wendy will be next. And I believe that I want to watch what evidence they have against Wendy, because I believe it's going to be different. There'll be a lot of overlap. Obviously, it was one big conspiracy. But I believe it'll be stuff that we haven't seen. I believe there will be new evidence. And Rachel's right. She didn't pull the trigger, but Florida has the law of principle, and you don't have to be there, but you have to be part of it. You don't have to be the person that pulls the trigger. You don't even have to be there when the trigger is pulled. But if you took steps, which Donna did, and you're guilty. It's just the same as the person who did pull the trigger. And I don't like the defense's theory or explanation, because it's not really a theory. It's their explanation that Charlie lied to his mom and she simply wrote the checks out to Katherine Magbanua because she was trying to keep Charlie safe. The thing about people who are killers is they've already done the worst that they can do, right? That's the worst thing that you can do to somebody, is to take their life. All right. So why are you dealing with killers? Why would you never advise your son to talk to the police? And when your son does talk, and when your son is talking about potentially going to the police, he's not actually talking about himself going to the police. He's talking about if somebody else goes to the police and says A, B, and C, well, that's not direct. That's hearsay. They can't do that. They're not going to believe this person who goes to the police and says the Adelsons did it, except for there was somebody who was part of it, who did say the Adelsons were behind all of it, and that person was Louis Rivera. Do you think that when Louis Rivera initially talked about what had happened, do you think that they just took him at his word? No. They investigated it. There had to be evidence of it. Why would Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, Katherine Magbanua, let's leave Katherine out of it. Why would Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, who is a robber, not a killer up to this point, why would they want Dan Markel dead? Why would they think that blackmailing Charlie Adelson would work? Extorting him. Why would they think that they would be successful with that? What did they have in their brains that would make them think that the Adelsons wouldn't run to the cops? It makes no sense.
Timer back in the correct position.
I agree, Violet. I think they have a ton of evidence on Wendy. I do. I just want to see what it is. I believe it happened, the conspiracy part of it happened very closely to what the state has alleged. I do think that, why would Donna go? Let's talk about this for a minute, okay? A lot of people have asked, well, why would Donna get Charlie involved in this? Didn't she love Charlie? I mean, what? Yeah, she loved Charlie. I think she loved her. I think she loves both of her kids. But I'll tell you this, she knew her son. She knew that Charlie hung out with people that she considered beneath them in economic status. And I think she thought that poor equals criminal. So if you don't have money, if you're poor, you must be a criminal, or at least you know criminals. That's what I think. That's why she went to Charlie. I'm with you, Miss Dugan. I'm yawning over here too. Like, come on. Sorry. I could have muted, but I couldn't figure out whether I was going to push mute or cover my face. I chose to cover my mouth. Well, it is 3:30 there. They had a little bit of a late lunch. Maybe one of the jurors had to boo-boo. You know how it is after you eat. Couldn't be me, though. I'll tell you right now, I don't boo-boo in public ever. Mm-mm. And is it possible that the reason that one of the other reasons why Donna Adelson, there was such it took longer for them to get to Orlando than any other time, is because Donna had diarrhea. You know, she gets the upset tum-tums when shit gets real. I mean, they can stipulate that stipulation. I wish that it could come in. I really, and I'm going to have to, because see, those hearings pertaining to the jailhouse informants, okay, there were hearings that were not open to the public, and there were things that were filed under seal. So we're not at this point. After the jury is done, those things will likely become unsealed, and I'll try to get them. But because I want to know what was filed under seal. I'm curious about that. I know part of it was Rob. But those things that pertain to the jailhouse informants, beyond the initial hearing, which was the same hearing as her bail hearing, if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to go back and look. I'll have to go back and look exactly how all of that took, the timeline of all of that. But, I mean, I'm a person of the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. And the fact that when they were talking about the one jailhouse informant, and I can't remember if they said their names or not. The one jailhouse informant was an addict and had told Donna supposedly that as soon as she got out, she was going to go back to doing it again, and waiting for the jury, Jen. And I can't, I mean, it's really like you can connect those dots. Is that not what Drina said happened? She got out and she went and got back on drugs, and then wouldn't show up for her probation, and therefore they violated her because they, she knew if she showed up, she'd get drug tested and she wouldn't pass. The truth is, she's an idiot. She should have just shown up and failed, and then they usually give you one fail.
You may continue with the defense closing argument.
Let's go, Miss Fulford.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua after the mother had it was after the bump, right? Do you have that? There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll, and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter, and it says, "So my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you." Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, "Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about." Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So threatening, "I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. don't think that I'm gone, we're still here, and you're gonna do something about it. That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markel being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously, if you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Danny? Danny. Okay. My grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Senor Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes, yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail.
Right, you did.
Yes.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mailed me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what it. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just gotta listen to me.
You need to ask who this person looks like, or what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
all I ask is to send the 5K. Every everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you know, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused it. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Spend 5K. That's all we were asking for.
I
don't do that.
I don't know who Tato is. You know what I'm saying?
We know you don't know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has. And she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows Tato. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you that, you want to send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money. Get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said ask your friends.
Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know. We know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not making sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie. Talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me. You can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother Tato, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
To talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah.
Waiver right there, so it's not
sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this, and 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything, I know everybody, I know what happened, and she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the $5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words, and one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted, he has to pay this money, he has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me, so I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters, it's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the 1st degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markel be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. 1st degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of 1st degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit 1st degree murder. They have to prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Katherine Magbanua or other persons to cause the 1st degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Katherine Magbanua or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Katherine Magbanua or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markel. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. Says you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Katherine Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Could you put Donna? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says, good for single/multiple entries. That it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date?
It's at the top. It's at the top. It's at the top.
It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to
Hold on
tell
a minute.
you she was going on vacation. That's not true.
Hold on a minute.
Her prior attorney
Hold on a minute. That's not right. Hold on.
residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. and that it is good until
11/2/2024. And it expires on the 2028.
Put the dates backwards.
No, they didn't. You don't know how to read.
5th of 1950, and the state says, oh well, she was going to be gone past the date.
1950.
Of the bar mitzvah.
Jackie,
This
shut
visa
up.
allows them to come
Oh my
home, and if
God.
they want to go back, go back. Now here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, until where's that date?
Which I pushed. Damn it. I did all of that and didn't even unmute. Look. This is when it started. This is when she got the visa. 11/13/2023. Until February 11th, 2024. It expires 9/9 of 2028. She can come and go many, many times. That's when this is the whole visa. This is this trip. Stop playing with these people, Jackie. And there's nothing about 1950. This is the date of birth. February 5th, 1950. Get bent. Jeez.
Come and go as they please, and that it is good until, where's that date?
Right here.
Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah.
I was only
This
looking at the
visa allows
years.
them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that, so he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself, and then he gets convicted, and it's worse. And here's the thing, the state has been saying, since this woman was arrested.
We need a moment. I can't. Donna was sitting over there when Jackie's reading out the dates like this. Where's it at?
Fuck.
It's Cartman's face for me. It's not just what he says, it's his face. Them angry eyes at the sitting there.
That she was going to flee
Come on.
this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on.
How much cash did they take, Jackie? How much cash? Because I bet you the rate of exchange is ridiculously low over there. Okay? They could live like kings over there for the amount of cash they took. Stop playing with these people. You're not, when you are fleeing the country, you don't be trying to look like you're fleeing the country. They went to an international airport, for the love of Pete. Shut up. Shut up, Jackie. Oh my God. They took 2 pieces of luggage.
147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible.
Yeah, it is terrible, but let's point out that you can take two pieces of luggage, but the most that you can carry on.
In any event,
Hold on, Jackie. Let me explain it to you real quick. Okay. Now you've made me mad. Okay. I'm tired and now you've got me spicy. Congratulations. The thing of it is, yes, they have 2 pieces of luggage there. Okay. But the most that your luggage can weigh at that time was 60 pounds. And then before you have to pay an over. And you can have checked luggage that's over 60 pounds. You just have to pay for it. Do you know how much crap you can shove in 2 suitcases for 120 pounds each total combined? Do you know how much 120 pounds worth of crap is? Worth of clothes? Shut up.
It's there when the search warrant is executed, and the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented, and just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution.
Jackie, I'd
Got
just like to
arrested
point
almost
out.
2 years ago under that.
Shut up. I'd like to point out that the killers were paid in cash, not gold bars. Okay, if they'd have been paid in gold bars, I'd be like, yeah, clearly the gold bars weren't stored in that safe, or not all of them, but they weren't. They were paid in cash. How much room do you think cash takes up? Stop it. You act like nobody's ever had any money before. That's why they call them stacks. You know, the thing about stacks is you can stack them.
Claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges, and they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee.
She was getting on the plane. Sarah is correct. Get out of my head, Sarah, or tidy up in there if you're going to be
Dan
there.
Markel was killed on July the 18th of 2014.
Oh my gosh.
And Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014.
They don't arrest until they have enough evidence.
Him gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is, they think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not. but maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the Matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with.
Let me ask you this, Jackie. If they would have arrested her at the, not boarding the plane, if they would have arrested her when she was sitting there in the waiting area at the gate, you would have made the exact same argument, and it might have been stronger then. But they had to wait. They had to see if she, because it's always possible that somebody can change their mind, right? We've seen this before. We've seen it. Look at Dalia DiPolita, okay? At any point in time, she could have changed her mind and not wanted that hit. All she had to do was not hand over that money, but she did hand over that money. Up until then, they weren't going to arrest her. When did they arrest her? After. That's how it works, because the law recognizes the right to change your mind. You don't have intent to flee until you're getting on in an airplane, in a boat, on a train, in your car, and you're fleeing. You can have intent to flee. You thought about fleeing, but you aren't actually fleeing until you start the fleeing process. And if the fleeing is taking place overseas into another country, typically that requires a plane or a boat. Shut up.
With their theory, but we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. I'm gonna sum it up here.
Thank you.
This is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented.
Please.
Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with.
Okay.
The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please, don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am, or telling you how wrong I am about everything, and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Please, please, please.
State, you may give your rebuttal.
Go get your nails filled. Look at Georgia. Give me back my HDMI cable. Come on, Georgia, bring it home. Wake this jury up. We're all sleeping.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet?
Yes.
Down for another hour or 2? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. I haven't. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing, I say it means something else, only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The 2 of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the 2 of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us.
It was the song, it was song lyrics. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. You and I. Just the 2 of us.
What does it involve? The 2 of us actually means it does not involve the 2 of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her the fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up, and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes, and that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Come over to the other side. And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Circles. Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable.
That's right,
They
Wendy.
said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Katherine Magbanua told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. He's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
Oh, for the love of Pete. Now what? Who's out there, Jim?
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover, but what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her, and she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom." She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk.
Who are you and what have you done with my Skyflash photographer? Skyflash says, I don't think they have enough on Wendy anymore. Well, you better spill that tea, please. I need to know why you think that.
If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates.
Okay, I think I need to, I need to know, I need a little bit more information.
I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats. Only the jury instructions and your notes.
We're going to take care of the headphones and all that.
I'll send you a bill.
Look at Donna. Come on, Donna, lighten up. You never know when you're going to get to laugh again.
Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay. Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged, and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded.
Okay, I have missed.
Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. I'm aware.
Yeah, Zellman said that because he doesn't ever know. Oh my, the woman in the fuchsia. I love it.
Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9.
She's a glamorous Mima.
For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
All right, I don't know how long they're allowed to deliberate today. Given the fact that it is 4:26 now, you know, I don't know how long that they will deliberate and how late they will deliberate each day. If you will look at the top of the chat, conveniently pinned for you. Oh, and glamorous Mima got a little junk in the trunk. Hold on. What did Creative Minds write besides that? Is there something else? She's a former Olympic gymnast. Is that glamorous Mima? Harvey does look sad, but I have to keep my emotions away because there's part of me that thinks about this and almost wants to feel a little sorry for Harvey, but I can't allow myself to do that. I'm sorry, I just can't, because I feel like he became a part of this at some point. What point that was, I don't know, but at some point he definitely became a part of this, and that is what's keeping me from feeling sympathy from him. Hang on just a second. All right. Now, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. Conveniently pinned at the top of the chat is the link to the verdict stream. Okay. I've scheduled that for tomorrow at 5:00. Obviously, that's subject to change. I will always have my one device on so that I can monitor the deliberations. Okay. I think it depends on how long they're allowed to deliberate each day. What I think, though, is that for this case, unlike Charlie's, I think it would be a little shorter if Donna had testified. But I think given the fact that she hasn't testified and her age and the seriousness of specifically the first-degree murder, I think it's going to take a little time. I'm going to go 6 hours. I think we get a verdict by tomorrow, but I think it's going to be coming at the end of the day. I don't think they're going to take the weekend off and then come back. I think they want to be done. I think they're tired. Well, Sky Flashed, I would agree with the whole spurned lover thing, saying she was part of it, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. This is what I'll say about Wendy, and I understand how you feel about that. But I'm going to say this about Wendy. Time and time again, Georgia Kappelman has referred to Wendy like this, the unindicted fifth co-conspirator. She has referred to her in that way many times. Okay. She continues to say all of the people who had a part in Dan Markel's murder need to be held accountable. All we know is what's been presented in the trials and a little bit of maybe some pretrial stuff. Okay. But a lot of that evidence that we've been shown throughout the trials is evidence of the actual person sitting in the defense chair. It's the evidence of their guilt. And because Wendy has not been indicted yet, I think that the state has evidence that we know absolutely nothing about. And I have a feeling that, I'm very curious as to what that evidence is. But as for today, thank you guys for spending it with me. We've been live almost 8 hours, and you guys have been here for every bit of it. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you doing that. That's a really long time. And I appreciate that. So take a moment before I end the live to click that link at the top so that you can select notify me. That way, no matter what happens, no matter how many times I have to change it, it'll update you. With Charlie, they deliberated just a little over 3 hours. Sky flashed. So, anyway, thank you guys. Have a great rest of your day. If you haven't done so already, give your girl a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. And I will see you guys back here tomorrow at 12:30. Maybe a little early, probably like 12:20 for Megan Boswell's sentencing. Oh, Violet, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, thank you so much. I'm going to watch this anyway. And just the fact that you guys are here to listen to me and let me vent and, you know, all the things, I appreciate it. All right. Whew. I'll see you guys later tomorrow. All right. And probably around these streets. I think Allie's got a live tonight and I'm interested in that. It's at 7:30. I'll share it on my community tab. All right. You guys have a great rest of your night and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.